Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Ohio.
The Indians won a nail-biter in Detroit thanks to a 4-out save from Cody Allen, who got a huge double play to end it against J.D. Martinez. Now the Indians ride that momentum into today's rubber game against Detroit. The Tribe has the right man on the mound to try to win the series as their ace, Corey Kluber, takes the hill against the Tigers next on Sports Time Ohio. From Comerica Park in downtown Detroit, Michigan, it's Cleveland Indians baseball. This afternoon, the Indians will try to take 2 out of 3 from their Central Division rivals. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. We've been waiting a long time for this. Francisco Lindor is finally here. Called up today by the Cleveland Indians. Not in the lineup, but he's been red hot at AAA over his last 12 games in the month of June. He has 19 hits, batting over 400. So he's Jason Kipnis hot right now.
Well, I was looking forward to seeing him play. He's not in the lineup today, but this young man, the switch hitter, the shortstop, the #1 draft pick a few years back, is going to have the opportunity to get in here probably tomorrow. I don't know if we'll see him today, but I think everybody's happy. I think the team is excited to see him up here. You can see he was on an 8-game hitting streak down in AAA, 279 average this year, 2 homers and 22 RBIs.
So Lindor is here, and Corey Kluber is on the mound for the Indians today. Now, he's only won 2 of his 11 career starts against the Tigers, but, Rick, both of those wins came here in Detroit.
Well, he has won no decision against the Tigers this year. That was back in Cleveland earlier, but Corey Kluber, if he's on his game, he's going to be just fine. I think one thing we have to hope for is the offense can get him some early runs because they have scored 25 runs in his starts this year. You can see he's 3-7, and in his career, 2-5 against the Tigers. He'll be matched up against another right-hander, Alfredo Simon, who's 2-0 against the Indians this year, but just 3-2 in his career. This is a guy with the fastball, a changeup, and he almost throws an eat this pitch because it's about 65, 67 miles per hour to keep the hitters off stride, and we'll see what happens again. 2 right-handers going at it. If the Indians can win this game today, that'll be their 5th straight road series win.
They tell me he throws that split change about 38% of the time. He really will test the hitter's patience here this afternoon. Indians-Tigers series finale, play-by-play, coming up next. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud sponsors of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. It's out of here. Oh, David Murphy mashes one up the alley. Long run for Bourne. On the warning track, makes the catch. Ground ball to short. Avila steps on the bag. Throw to first. Double play. It's the game. Well, the rain is gone, and we're ready for baseball here in the Motor City. Indians with a win today could take 2 out of 3 from Detroit. And let's go down to Andre Knott, get an idea of the importance of that, even though we're sitting here, it's only June 14th.
Yes, it's June 14th. You took the words out of my mouth, Matt. And if you know Tito Francona, he doesn't want to make one game bigger than what it truly is. But he did say after losing 5 of 6 games in April to the Detroit Tigers, it'd be nice to leave here with a victory in a series over the Tigers. And he feels good about his chances because he says, I got my ace on the mound, and I'll take Corey Kluber anywhere I can go, especially when it's a Sunday and we have a chance to win a series.
Well, you win that series, it'll be 5 consecutive road series wins if you can do that, which would certainly help. And also, it'll get that record to 14-19 in the Central Division. And anytime you can win 2 here in Detroit, you got to love it.
Alfredo Simon is on the hill for Detroit. And let's take a look at the Indians starting lineup for Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Jason Kipnis leading it off, followed by Carlos Santana, who homered yesterday. Michael Brantley batting third. Moss Murphy, how about David Murphy? Last 27 games, a cool .408 average. Jan Gomes in the 6th hole. Then Giovanni Urshela, Michael Bourne, and Mike Aviles batting ninth.
The Northern Ohio Honda dealer starting pitcher is going to be Alfredo Simon, who's 6-3, having a nice year, 2.76 ERA. He's beaten the Tribe twice this year, coming off a start where he picked up his 6th win against the White Sox, tied a season-high 8 innings pitched in his last outing, gave up 4 runs. So the Tribe, they're going to see he's got that slow split pitch that can keep you off balance. Let's check out the defense behind him today, brought to you by Chrysler. It looks like this. Cespedes in left, Ghost is in center, J.D. Martinez in right. Romine gets the start at third, Iglesias is short, Kinsler at second, Cabrera is at first, Holiday doing the catching.
Here's a look at the umpires for today's finale. We see Joe West, the veteran, will be calling the balls and strikes. The crew chief, as Jason Kipnis digs in, ready to get us started here today. There is Francisco Lindor, who's got his back turned right now. He'll be wearing number 12 when he makes his debut for the Indians. Whether or not that comes at some point during today's game or whether it comes tomorrow in Chicago. My guess is unless something unusual were to take place, he'll sit, he'll watch, kind of get a feel for everything, and then he'll turn him loose in Chicago. We are underway. And after it rained all morning long, the sun has now popped out. Making today's conditions absolutely delightful.
Yes, it is.
One is down and in. Jason Kipnis riding that 9-game hitting streak. He's not really riding a 9-game hitting streak. He's running a 45-day hot streak. Talk about the month of May that he had, and he's carried it on into June. And he smashes a single by a diving Ian Kinsler to start today's game.
Stayed back on that breaking ball very well.
It's going to bring up Carlos Santana as we take a look at our window system's game time temperature. 74 degrees. Light breeze blowing from the right field foul pole over toward the left field foul pole. Carlos Santana snapped an 0 for 12 yesterday when he homered. Back out of play.
Yeah, when that sun comes out here, this is one of the brighter ballparks in day games that you will see. Another good ground on hand, and there's a pretty good look from out in center field.
Santana takes a look. It's down low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Alfredo Simon this year has made 6 starts against the AL Central. He is 3-1 and a 3.65 ERA.
Wow, put a clock on this guy. What is going on?
Yeah, he's very deliberate when you get a guy on base.
Now Simon comes set. The 1-1 pitch and a swing and a miss.
This, you're going to get a look at the split change, where you can see it on our Nissan pitch tracker. It has a tendency to go down and away, a lot like what Salazar throws.
That's the one he leans on heavily.
And he can throw that very slow as well. Really back off on that pitch.
Santana strikes out. Can't make the adjustment. 1 away. Keys to the game brought to you by Wayside Furniture. 5 runs, that's the magic number, especially when you're playing against this Tigers club, and keep the guys off the bases that bat in front of him, and that gives you a better chance to work around him.
Well, the Tribe has won 5 out of their last 6 here when they score 5 in this yard, so that's a pretty good number for them. And I'm sure Corey Kluber would like to see a few runs up on the board as well.
Yeah, more than the 2 that he's accustomed to seeing. Fly to left, back is Cespedes. Big yard, makes the catch right on the front edge of that warning track. 2 down. And that's going to bring up Brandon Moss. I think he hit. Did he hit Joe West on the backswing? Little friendly tap. 2 down for Brandon Moss. Moss 1 for 8 in the series. Rick, the question that Tigers fans are asking is, will they get a full season of this Alfredo Simon, or will they see what happened to him in Cincinnati, where he was great into the All-Star break and then fizzled in the second half?
Well, it's hard to tell. He was 15-10. He had a nice year. You know, sometimes starters have a tendency to fizzle out, but I'll tell you, they got to count on him. With Price, he has been the next best pitcher on this team. Verlander just coming back, making his first start yesterday. They're pleased with what he showed. He would be a nice addition. I still think this team still has issues coming out of the bullpen.
Kipnis takes off. Throw down by Holiday.
Perfect.
Call him out. That was a right on the money throw by Brian Holiday. On the bag. And the inning is over. Tigers coming to bat when we come back. And here is a look at the starting 9 for Brad Ausmus and the Tigers today, presented by Toyota. Anthony Gose in the leadoff spot, followed by Ian Kinsler. Miguel Cabrera batting third. Yoenis Cespedes, J.D. Martinez, Tyler Collins will occupy the middle third. Then it's Holiday, Andrew Romine, and Jose Iglesias.
And our Northern Ohio Honda dealer starting pitchers, Corey Kluber, making start number 14 this year. And he has tossed 7 or more innings in each of his last 6 starts, covering 47 innings. So he's been a workhorse out there. He has a no decision against Detroit this year. In his career, 2-1 in this ballpark.
Corey Kluber's first pitch is up high, ball 1. And that's up and away, 2-0. Interesting that Gose is batting leadoff for the first time in the series, and I think it's the first time I've seen him take a pitch.
Yeah, a little different. Davis getting the day off against Corey Kluber, the tough right-hander. He has more left-handed bats in there. Collins DHing, Romine at third. And the difference is that right-handers hitting just 205 off Kluber, where left-handers are hitting 304.
Wow, 4-pitch walk to start the game. So Anthony Gose is down at first.
Let's check that Indians defense today, which is brought to you by Chrysler. It'll be Brantley in left field, Bourne in center, Moss is over in right, Urshela at third, Aviles at short, Kipnis at second, Santana at first, Gomes doing the catching.
Here's Ian Kinsler. Kinsler batting .275 for the year, a homer, 25 driven in, 14 doubles, and 2 triples. Gose is not the base stealer that Rajay Davis is. But he has 8 steals. He's been caught 5 times. And Kluber yet to throw a strike.
That's a rarity. Looks like he's trying to establish that inside corner here to the right-hander Kinsler, going inside, missing. Carrasco tried that a lot yesterday. When he was in off the plate. No, he is not. You're right. The base stealer that Davis is. Davis, one of the better ones in the league, but Gose still has very good speed. So you have to pay attention to him.
There's a strike and a throw down to first, but Gose beats the tag back.
Pretty close coming back there. Look at that big secondary lead. He's off, but when that ball goes past the hitter, you better hurry to get back. Gomes trying to throw behind him. That'll make him get back a little quicker.
Ball, 1 strike. Another throw to first. Just underway here in Detroit. 1-1 coming to Ian Kinsler. Gose takes off. Swing and a miss. Throw it out a second. Not in time. Gose has his 9th stolen base on the year. And a runner in scoring position now with a 1-2 count on Kinsler.
Had a nice lead and has a pretty darn good jump right there as he's going to go in. Not much Gomes could do there. He stole that base off Kluber. He did have 4 out of 12 success rate, 33% with Kluber on the mound, but there's a stolen base.
And the 1-2 pitch. Weekly punched into left, base hit. Tigers take the lead. 2 batters into the game. It's 1-0 Detroit.
Well, I'll tell you, there's nothing you could do there. With Kinsler went down and hit a pitch that was, boy, really down in the strike zone. It wasn't even a strike. He goes down and just kept his hands back to flare it into left field. Pretty much what Iglesias did yesterday into center field, Kinsler does today, and it gives Detroit a 1-0 lead. So Kinsler will get his 26th RBI. And Detroit will play from in front again.
And up comes Miguel Cabrera. High fastball, 1-0.
This is a guy that has worn Corey Kluber out. He is 19 for 33. Equates to a .576 batting average, and he's homered 4 times as well.
I want to see the guys that he doesn't hit.
Well, you're right.
If they're out there.
Well, they have to be because he's only hitting .333. But you don't know where. We never see it.
The 2-0 pitch is a little bit low, and 3 balls, no strikes.
Well, how many times have we ever seen Kluber throwing 12 pitches and 9 of them being balls?
Yeah, I don't know, and I'm not sure, Rick, if this is a case where, and I don't think it is because it's the first inning where he's working around Cabrera. I just think he's having a tough time finding his command here.
I would agree with that. I don't know, maybe he's trying to make an adjustment to this Detroit lineup. If you remember in his first start against them this year, they jumped him early in the first inning. And he had to fight his way through. He went 6 in the 3rd innings. They had, I think, a 2-run home run in the first.
Gutsy performance.
Yeah.
Though.
He came back and made an adjustment. So maybe he's trying something different here in the first, and his control is not there.
Hit well. Deep left center. Brantley on the run. Makes the catch on the warning track. And Kinsler has to retreat. He had to retouch second base. And all the way back to first. He was around second base. But that's a heck of a play by Brantley because he had to run a long way to get it.
Yeah, he hit it well. It had a little too much hang time on it. It lets Michael catch up to it. And a nice running catch on the backhanded side. He gets ready to throw and slipped a little bit, but gets the ball in as Kinsler retreats. But he gets the first out of the inning.
Up comes Yoenis Cespedes, who's hit in 7 straight games for Detroit. It would appear likely that Victor Martinez will be activated from the DL in the very near future. He's been taking batting practice. He's been out almost a month.
Would probably send him out to get him a few at bats, I would think.
You would think so, but with him, I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I guess he is going to go to Toledo for a rehab 2-game stint. You know, with a guy like him, the impeccable timing that he has had throughout his career, he probably only needs to see a few game action scenarios.
Just to see some live pitching. Yeah, he can fall out of bed and hit.
The 0-1 fouled third base side. Now, I bring that up because when he comes back, obviously he goes into that spot behind Cabrera. It kind of just lengthens their lineup, drops everybody.
Yes, it makes everybody else better. But Cespedes has done a nice job in the number 4 hole behind Cabrera. He's hit over 300 in his stint there. So you can't complain about it. It's not a Victor Martinez where he's the switch hitter, but still has done a nice job.
Out of play right side. I think we talked about this, but I can't remember for sure. Cespedes is a free agent at season's end, so it's a big year for him as far as salary drive, if you will. Big contract, whether it's here in Detroit or from another suitor. One thing he's proven that he can hit just about anywhere in a lineup.
Yeah, he can hit. He's not a proven RBI guy. I mean, when he's in the number 4 hole, for some teams, you could just plug him right into that spot. Nice.
Swing and a miss, throw down. And he's out at second base. Kipnis slapping the tag. Brad Ausmus says, hold on, let's take a look on the replay, see what our guy says before we go to break. So the players will have to hang around on the field.
Now they're on the phone looking for it, so we're going to get a strike him out, throw him out. The throw's a little high, but let's see if Kipnis gets the tag down in time before he gets the hand in there.
Right on the bill of the hat. That'll end the inning. So, a strike him out, throw him out, ends the first, but the Tigers get the game's first run on Kinsler's RBI single. Tigers have the 1-0 lead as we go to the second inning. Brandon Moss, David Murphy, Yan Gomes due up for Cleveland. Moss 1 out of 8 in the series. High pop foul, and that's out of play. Brandon Moss leads the Indians with 10 home runs. A year ago, he had 21 at the All-Star break. And of course, he had to deal with that hip injury that really slowed him down the stretch. Tried to grit his way through it and play through the pain, which he did. And then had the off-season surgery. Came to camp. A little slow as far as day-to-day activity, but boy, he has not missed a beat.
Well, and he's been out there every day too, so you know he's back to normal. You know, you'd think maybe he would slow down after getting into the everyday grind, but he has not. He's played a little first base. He's played mostly the outfield, and this ballpark is what got him going earlier this year when he had the big night, the 2 homers, 7 ribbies. He likes to hit in the spacious ballparks. Kansas City, Detroit. Oh, beautiful.
Off the end of the bat, it'll go for an infield single with that crazy shift.
Love it. Second straight inning now. The Indians have had the leadoff man aboard.
Moss is telling Miguel Cabrera, that's just good hitting right there.
Yep. Take that swing. You know what it is? That's the good pitch that Simon made on him with that little splitter going down and away. He was out in front of it. And that's a nasty pitch that he takes off his fastball. It's about 7 miles an hour off of it, but it's got good downward movement. So second hit for the Tribe.
Second straight inning, leadoff man aboard. There's David Murphy now. 2 for 3 with a triple. Big game yesterday. That triple really was the play of the game for me. Tied the score and got, gave Gomes a chance to drive in the go-ahead run.
Well, plus he hit it off a left-handed pitcher as well.
That's right.
That's the nice thing. It's the breaking ball that he hammers into right center field. Triples alley. Well, you see the score, and then Murphy comes in and he immediately scored the go-ahead run. That was run number 5 too, wasn't it? The one they needed.
That was the 4th, I think. Yeah, the 5th one came the
next inning.
Outside, but it was Gomes who drove in David Murphy both times.
A couple of guys in this ballpark today that have the highest batting average in the month of June.
In towards short. Iglesias goes to second. Kinsler has one on the first. Double play. Injury report brought to you by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. Kind of lost in all of the hubbub about Francisco Lindor getting called up was the fact that the Indians had to put Nick Swisher on the disabled list with left knee inflammation. Let's go down to Andre. What's the latest? What's next for Swisher?
Well, basically this week Swish had his left knee injected earlier in the week, hoping to get a jump start with his knee. Never came around. So yesterday during the game, he and Tito had a conversation. He talked to the trainers. He's on his way back to Cleveland. They're going to inject that left knee again, and he's just going to try to work through this and see if he can find a place to be. Terry Francona said he was very good about the situation, saying he realized that when he came back, he wanted to be more than just a DH, and really this has been more difficult than Nick Swisher ever thought it would be. Just going through a tough time with trying to fix 2 knees, but also the left one seems to be the big problem right now, guys.
All right, thanks, Andre. 2 down for Yan Gomes. Swung on and missed.
That was the 5th ground ball double play that the Indians have hit into in this series. They had one yesterday, if you remember, a line drive to Cespedes where he threw behind and got a double play at second base.
Yeah.
So that's 6 double plays in the series.
The 2-1.
Here's the weapon to the right-handers that he can use, that slider going down the way. It's not a big breaking slider. That's a typical slider where it's just moving about 6 inches. Late break to it.
Got him looking. No runs a hit, nobody left. Middle of the second, 1-0 Detroit. Game on the line. Cody Allen on the hill. JD Martinez. Double play ends it.
Yeah, what a time to hit that ground ball. The tying run was on third base. Winning run on first. Comes back, makes his pitch, gets the double play.
You know, I like the I love the shots we had there, the emotion at the end of that ball game. Talking to a guy last night who went to the game yesterday, obviously a Tigers fan, so maybe a little different spin. But he was complaining that, you know, there's too many games in baseball. I played too many games. I never understand that lament. I don't understand what that even means. But if you looked at the emotion of those players, that shows you that every win that you can get is important. Every win means something. For these guys to go out every day for 6 months and grind it out, there are no ho-hum, oh, well, it's just another ball game. No, these guys, when they win a game, there's so much invested in it that it does mean a lot. And you saw that yesterday.
At the point in time of that pitch, to get the double play, to end the game, to a place that's tough to win for the Indians and to the team that you're playing, it's awesome. You know, so that they can say whatever they want. There's been a 154 is minimum. I mean, so they go to 162.
Another 1-2 pitch. I think, look, it's as old as pro sports have been around. When you win, the wine tastes a little sweeter. Everything's, you know, a little bit better. When you lose, everybody's sour.
Yeah,
that's just the bottom line.
That's the way it goes.
Popped up, foul, and that'll get out of play.
That's why with baseball, you never get too excited when you win, and you never get too down when you lose.
Well, you learned, right? You learned, Rick, to deal with it quickly, put it away, understand what happened when you lost, sort of do your post-mortem, if you will, in the clubhouse, and talk among yourselves, and then when you leave the clubhouse, it's over.
That's the key to the game. You learn from failure in this game, and you learn from life, no matter what you do. If you don't, then you'll be beating yourself in the head forever.
Fly ball to center field. Michael Bourne makes the grab.
I mean, everybody is on their toes. The crowd was about as loud as you can get back in that 9th inning, and you're on the road to make a pitch like that and get the play that you need to get to end the game. That is very emotional. I mean, everybody out there is thinking yes, because everybody in the stands are thinking, hey, we're going to win the game or we're going to tie it up. And it doesn't happen that way. That takes something special when you do it on the road like that.
I always remember Eric Wedge when he was managing the Indians. You know, he would talk about the fact it's hard to win a Major League Baseball game. It's not easy to go out there and do everything you have to do to win a big league game. He said, so when you do win, you should shake hands. You should be happy. You should enjoy it. Bounce to first. And Santana will touch the bag. 2 down. What these guys do, because they are the best at what they do, they make it look easy. So sometimes we take it for granted that they make it look so easy that it is, oh, just another day at the park. But it's not.
No, it is not.
Brian Holiday, with 2 down and the bases empty, will bat here. Ground ball in the hole.
Good inning.
Stopped by Urshela, throws him out, and Kluber bounces back with a 1-2-3 second. And the bottom third of the Indians order will be coming up. Giovanni Urshela, Michael Bourne, Mike Aviles. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it back. Shoots it the other way, but foul. And had a chance to be really nice, but just a little too far wide of the right field line. Rick, when you got called up the first time, did you start the first day?
Absolutely.
That's what Urshela. That's what they did with Urshela.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not? I started the first game, even though Cy Bynack slammed the trunk on my toe.
Oh my! What would they call that? An auspicious debut, or I don't know.
No, it was fine. Just go get advantaged up and go play. It's an opportunity. Yeah, you know, when you get called up, I don't know how. I would think Lindor's got to be going crazy down there. He wants to be out there playing, man. I mean, you can sit and talk, but he wants to be in the middle of the action. I guarantee it.
Urshela chops one slowly to third. Bare hand grab. Throw by Romine on the money. What a terrific play by Andrew Romine. It's the old do or die.
Yeah, it's a nice play. Nice play here. He comes in bare-handed. I thought he was going to beat it out, but all in one motion, got rid of it quickly. Very nice play. The key is you have to catch it cleanly and then hope you can transfer to, you know, get rid of it in one step, and he did it nicely.
Here's Michael Bourne, 2 hits and 4 trips to the plate in the series. Came yesterday. Like the fact too, Rick, that shot we had in the dugout. Lindor is sitting there talking to the veteran Ryan Rayburn.
Yeah, you sit down and soak it all in. There's a guy that played in this ballpark, Ryan Rayburn. He could be talking about this ball yard.
Of course, the other thing too, I don't know how it was like for you when you were a young player, but you know, Lindor at least had an entire spring training with these guys.
Well, you see, nowadays these guys know everything. They're brought up to the big leagues, and they have their program in Cleveland in the offseason, even when they are youngsters in the minor leagues. Their winter development program, and
there's familiarity as they go.
Yes, you know, back then you weren't allowed at the big leagues. You never showed up in the clubhouse or anything. It's so different now. They come up and they know all the guys, and it's much better.
Yeah, how many of the guys in the clubhouse did you even know the first day you went? Really?
None. I mean, I was in spring training with him for a little while, but you didn't say anything. You just shut up and you went about your way.
Bourne takes a little bit off the plate, 2-2. I'm sure they were warm and friendly when they greeted you,
I've
right?
yet to see Rayburn or somebody in the clubhouse say, "Kid, go get me a Coke, will you?" You know,
that's what they did to you, right?
Yeah. Kid, go get me a Coke. You're looking at him like, what? Okay, yes, sir.
Here's the 2-2. Pulls it foul. Now, it's one of the great things about this game of baseball is that it is passed down from the guys who've been there and have the experience to the young players. It's part of their duty.
Well, you've interviewed Lindor before. You know that his head and his makeup
really
is
smart,
yeah,
sharp.
He's a sharp kid. I mean, he gets it. So he should have no problem fitting in. He just go out and play. So now he has to wait till his name's in the lineup and go do it. Do your thing. Do what you know how to do.
Lindor bounce, or rather Bourne. Lindor on the brain. Bourne grounds out, 2 down here in the 3rd inning. Francisco Lindor was in Columbus last night. Got the call up. He got here today. And again, as I said, you know, he spent spring training almost the entire camp with the big league club. So, you know, he got to know some of the guys and obviously got a chance to play with him. We saw him play. We were really impressed, you know, in spring training, watching him play. as Rick alluded to, I had a chance to interview him. Really impressed with just his poise, and I think the kid has a real desire to be great.
Well, for him, it's a dream come true right now. Now he just has to go out and be himself, and I'm sure he will.
Mike Avila's cuts and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Avila's batting .277 on the year. He's gone 2 for 6 in the series. Squibber foul. You know, it's funny, Rick, watching Alfredo Simon pitch, it doesn't even look like he's exerting any energy at all, and yet you just can't seem to square one up.
Yeah. Watch him warm up in between innings.
Looks like he's just
he just flips it up there.
Getting ready for a Sunday softball game. Avila strikes out. The inning is over. Tribe goes 1-2-3. 1-0 Tigers, middle of the third. For Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Seen lots of Indians fans here in the Motor City this weekend. Andrew Romine leading off, takes high ball 1. Romine, a switch hitter.
Well, that gives Castellanos a day off against a tough right-hander. Get the left-hander in there against Kluber. And you got a chance to see his defense already on a nice play.
Three balls, no strikes.
That's a rarity. He did that in the first inning with Ghosts.
Caught the corner that time, 3-1. Line right at Kipnis, 1 down. T-Mobile game changer. Corey Kluber in his last 6 starts. Very good 3-2 mark with a 2.11 ERA. Look at all those strikeouts.
Yeah, a lot of innings, a lot of strikeouts. He's been out there. Last 6 games, at least 7 innings. So he's been the workhorse. He's been fine. But, you know, we go around and people say, what's wrong with Kluber? Well, nothing.
Yeah. Again, there is where the numbers don't tell the story. If you look at his 3-7, oh, geez, he's having a bad year.
You know, you look at his 3.50 ERA, it's no big deal. They scored him 25 runs in his starts.
And on top of that, as you have often stated, what he did last year was pretty incredible.
Yeah, it was a special,
you can't
special
expect
year.
He's going to be the exact same guy again.
You can't have the kind of year that Corey had last year. You just can't expect it. It's not going to happen. It's like an offensive guy having. There's your run support right there in the American League. Chavez is the only one that gets worse support than Kluber. So that has something to do with it too, where you have to be fine and perfect every time or every inning you go out. You can't afford it. He lost his first game of the year 2-0 up in Houston at Dallas Keuchel. He lost his last game 3-2. He only gave up 2 runs. So when you go out there and he pitches a quality game or a quality start and he ends up taking a loss, you need a little help sometimes. Unless he would have waited a day and he could hit tomorrow in Chicago and maybe he could help his own cause. But he won't pitch there. We're going into interleague play tomorrow where the pitcher hits. He's still a treat to watch. Go out there and work his craft and move the ball around and change speeds and excellent control and swing and miss stuff.
2 down. Time now to check out our Levin Furniture player profile. Today we'll focus on Anthony Gose. He was a pitcher and an outfielder when he was in high school.
Now they gave up a pretty good player in Devon Travis to get him. Travis was off to a great start this year, if you remember, in the month of April.
Yeah. Gose was trying to drag bunt, but fouled it back.
You know, that Travis kid, he's been on the DL since May 7th with that shoulder issue. But Toronto, they've won 10 straight. Even without him, so they're a game out of first place. Corey just looks a little out of rhythm today with his command. 41 pitches, 25 strikes.
I think the Indians got Baltimore going, by the way. They've won 6 in a row now.
Yeah, well, they went up into Fenway and they swept the Sox. You know, Baltimore won 2 out of 3 in Cleveland to start that homestand for the Tribe. They went up to Boston and won 3 straight there. We'll get Baltimore in our next road trip. After this homestand, go down there.
2-2. Grounded right at Kipnis. So Kip has a hand in all 3 outs here in the 3rd. And Corey Kluber has now set down 8 straight.
Is back in 2015 with the MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. You can stay connected with live radio broadcasts, stats, breaking news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
Top of the order for Cleveland here in the 4th. Alfredo Simon has faced the minimum through the first 3. Thanks to a caught stealing and a double play. It was Kipnis who was thrown out trying to steal to end the first after he singled to lead off that inning. Kipnis has been in the driver's seat as we take a look at our Kia doubles leaders. Kipnis and Brantley, along with Dozier, all with 19. Balls and a strike. Kipnis began the day just 2 points behind Miguel Cabrera for second place in the batting race. And he'll draw a walk here. First free pass issued by Simon, Indians leadoff man aboard for the 3rd time today. Hey, don't forget to Bike to Cure, the 2nd annual Velosano bike ride. There are different programs for all different skill level riders. Log on to velosano.org and Bike to Cure. Carlos Santana struck out in the first inning. Simon very deliberate once you get a runner on. Santana mashes one to right field, and it's caught by Martinez.
Well, I'll tell you what, he had to reach for that ball. I wasn't sure he was going to get there.
Almost took his arm off, didn't it?
Well, it was hit on the nose. He hit one like that yesterday that came as an out. He hit it hard, but they play Santana to pull. He makes a couple steps. He nonchalants his ball thinking he was going to throw, but he had to really reach for it. He had no chance of getting Kipnis, though. So that's out number 1. Ball hit right on the nose.
And up comes Michael Brantley. Over the bag and a fair ball. Cabrera steps on the bag, throws it away. And now Kipnis is going to go to third base. There was a little collision between Kipnis and Iglesias at the bag, and Iglesias was just plumb in the way.
That was a really nice play by Cabrera. He is falling to his left and makes the play. He stays on the bag, and then he flips it underhand to Iglesias. Nice catch, and then I think Kipnis gets him with a spike as he's going in. He has every right to get into the base. And there he is on his foot.
He just stepped on his foot, yeah.
And Jason didn't pick up the ball. He's still looking for it, and then all of a sudden he picks it up and gets to third base. So that'll be an error on Cabrera. Does it hit the helmet? He's coming in.
Oh,
yeah,
sure did.
I think it did. I think it hit the helmet, and he's looking for the ball. He doesn't know where it is.
Oh, there it is. And then he takes off.
Okay, so
strange play.
It was a strange play. It was a good play for the Tigers, but Cabrera's going to be charged with an error. It's only their 29th error on the year.
Two down, though, for Brandon Moss. You see Cabrera, who's pointing over there like he was going to squib one again, like he did the first time up with that shift on. Keep Romine, or is that Iglesias? They keep Iglesias. Moss hammers it foul. Got one defender near Kipnis at third base, everybody else on the right side. And only Cabrera's on the dirt on that right side. You figure the way Moss can pull it with authority, they'd rather have a few extra steps to react. Back out of play. Now Moss in the hole, 1-2. Down on the dirt, Moss lays off. Holiday with a good block. Keep Kipnis at third. That's the tying run for Cleveland if they can get a 2-out hit here or a wild pitch. Inside, not by much.
Simon thinks he had one there. He took a long look into Joe West. Fastball inside. Take a look at it on our pitch tracker. It was a pretty good pitch, but it's not called.
And the payoff pitch. Moss sends one sky high, shallow center. It'll be Kinsler makes the catch. Indians get a runner to third, but can't get him home. 1-0 Tigers, middle of the fourth. Our stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Indians starting pitchers in their starts following an Indians loss. Man, and they've been very, very good. And that's how you avoid losing streaks, when you got good starting pitching.
What was that, a 17-6 record, huh?
Ian Kinsler, an RBI single his first time up. Now he tries to go to the gap, but Moss is over there shading him that way and has an easy play for out number one.
I like that. One pitch, one out.
Yeah, especially when you've got Cabrera next.
Well, you know, a lot of guys now, after that leadoff hitter makes it out on the first pitch, I say absolutely most guys will take the next pitch, but this guy won't. If he gets something he likes, he'll swing it.
Well, he said Michael Brantley on a long run to left center, first time up. He's not going to catch this one. Holy mackerel.
Cabrera's the only guy that he knows what he likes. He'll get after it, and that was not the pitch for Kluber to throw, because that one was hammered. So he hit his 5th career home run, makes it a 2-0 ball game. He hit it to left center field the last time, but he does not try to pull the fastball. He tries to hit it the other way. That was right down Broadway, and Kluber knew it as soon as the bat came out. That was right down the middle. Wow, and that's up there.
2-0 Tigers. Cespedes with a fly ball to center field. 2 down. So the first time up, he put Brantley on the warning track, who made the catch. Second time up, he hits it over the fence. J.D. Martinez fly to center, his only time up in the second inning. Foul, third base side.
Kluber's thrown 4 pitches in the inning, and they've swung at every one of them. He has 2 outs and 1 left the yard.
Martinez decides to take a couple of pitches, 1 a ball, 1 a strike, and now he's in the hole, 1-2. White Sox lead Tampa Bay 1-0 there in the 4th inning. You mentioned Toronto trying to run their win streak to 11. They're scoreless in the 3rd against Boston. Minnesota is down in Texas later today, and St. Louis, Kansas City are in a rain delay. Boy, did they get rained out yesterday, or did they end up finishing that
Who's
game?
that St. Louis?
Kansas City, yeah. They were in a long rain delay yesterday.
Boy, that part of the country's had a lot of rain. They finished it because...
Yeah, St. Louis won 3-2.
Yeah, I think it was Reynolds hit a homer.
Kluber with the 2-2. Another fly ball to center field. And Bourne makes the catch. The one they couldn't catch has Detroit on top 2-0 after 4 innings of play. Your Northern Ohio Honda dealers. By the Cleveland Clinic. Call for an appointment today. And by the game-changing all-new Ford F-150. The future is tough. David Murphy going to lead it off for Cleveland here in the 5th inning. Indians down 2-0. Murphy grounded into a double play. Only time up in the 2nd. Pulls it foul. Wow, look out over there. Now the 2-2 offering. And a swing and a miss.
They'll celebrate the 20th anniversary with the Tribe's 95 World Series team. That'll take place Saturday, and 12,500 fans will get a designed T-shirt. Come join Jim Thome, Kenny Lofton, Baerga, and more. You can go to Indians.com and get your tickets.
Yan Gomes called out on strikes his first time up. It's a pretty good pitching job by Simon in that first at bat. He threw a good slider away. I don't know if it was another slider or just a fastball that he got him out with at the end. And now the rain's coming down because folks are running for cover.
Yeah, you can see them. They're all getting up leaving. So it's got to be coming down. I can see the ground crew right behind home plate getting ready to come out and do their thing if called upon.
Boy, Rick, I mean, they started scattering in a hurry, but I don't don't see the raindrops.
I don't either.
Must be a cold rain because, I mean, nobody's sticking around.
Well, they don't
except the ones with the umbrellas.
They don't want to get caught. They can always come back down if it doesn't rain.
There's Heather Novosny, the head groundskeeper, on the phone with the weather folks, I assume. Foul back. Now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikes it out, 2 down. Tune in to Fox Sports Ohio tonight for Cavaliers Live before and after Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Our home team starting 5 will bring you all the pre- and post-game coverage from Oakland and the Q starting at 7 on the home of the Cavs, Fox Sports Ohio. With 2 outs here in the top half of the 5th inning. Giovanni Urshela spins out of the way. One of Brad Ausmus is in that Tiger dugout tapping his foot, going, come on, come on, come on, get this 3rd out. Because if we get some kind of a nasty washout, all they would need is 1 more out to make it an official game.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be here for a while, even if it comes. They're home. They play the Cincinnati Reds tomorrow.
Urshela extends the inning with a base hit through the right side of the infield.
3rd hit for the Indians. First 2 hits led off an inning. Now they get a man aboard with 2 outs.
And now it's really coming down. But Joe West says play on.
Yeah, they don't melt. Let's go.
They're not made out of salt.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sure they would like the same thing to see. There's 2 outs, get 1 more out. If it happens to come down, then they'll bring that tarp out. Because you got to play through a few showers.
1-0 pitch. Foul out of play to the left. Yeah, the reality is these fields can handle a ton of water nowadays. So unless it's just raining so hard that you can't see or
right,
or
it's going to damage the field where you have to work so hard on it. Like what happened in Kansas City when we were there.
The one I still remember is the game in Pittsburgh. Where
that was the whole weekend.
Played it it rained the entire game.
Right.
They kept playing through it. And then since there was a tie after 9 innings, then they decided to bring the tarp out.
And it wouldn't even fit over the field. It was too heavy.
It was crazy.
Yeah, that was...
Well, hopefully our return engagement won't be anything like that this year.
Please.
Bourne sends one to center field. Ghost got a bad break on it. Now racing in, makes a basket catch to end the inning. Well, Bourne flies to center, and we'll go to the bottom of the 5th. 2-0 Tigers. Due up. Detroit got a run on the first when Anthony Ghost walked on 4 pitches, stole second, came home on a little bloop single by Ian Kinsler, and then Miguel Cabrera homered in the 4th. The 4 through 9 hitters are combined 0 for 8 so far in the game. Off the corner. 2-1. And a foul right back by Collins. Rain seems to have ceased completely now, and folks are headed back to their seats. One hopper to second base, and Jason Kipnis will throw him out, 1 down. Our in-game recap brought to you by your Toyota dealers. Here's how it happened in the first. The Ghost walk, stole second, and there's the little bloop by Kinsler to score. And then Cabrera launched one to straightaway center field. Those are the only 2 hits, by the way, that the Tigers have, and they've both plated a run. The Indians have 3 singles in the game, but they hit into a double play and got a runner to third base. Couldn't get him home in the 4th. Holiday grounded out to third his first time up. Boy, I'll tell you what, Urshela read that pretty good, and he runs into Kluber, and no play. I was watching Urshela at the outset as he was getting into his defensive position. It was almost as if he sensed a bunt coming because he started to shorten up, and then he got a pretty good break on it, but he and Kluber got there at the same time.
Well, that was just a flat-out good bunt. And, you know, usually you want to call him off, but he didn't want to run into Kluber. And Kluber wanted to take it himself. You have to call for it. That was a good bunt. Infield single.
Romine pops one up foul territory and just into the seats. As the Eurythmics once sang, here comes the rain again.
Look at you. Is that on our front page of the notes?
Paging court, Barry trips.
Yes, indeed.
Romine hit the ball right at Jason Kipnis on a line drive his first time up. A little bit low. 2-1. Center field, Bourne. He'll get there and make the catch. 2 down. AT&T U-verse rewind. Yan Gomes working himself back into everyday playing shape. He has thrown out 3 would-be Tiger base stealers.
That was a beauty right there on the backhand on a breaking ball that was down, and comes out there. He is very good. That was today, Kinsler. When you give him an opportunity, he's a pretty good chance he's going to throw him out.
I think it is now officially a downpour. And a strike call to Jose Iglesias, who is 0 for 1. Shoots one through the right side, a base hit. Holiday stops at second. And we take another look here as he just inside outed that thing.
That was a nice swing, taking it the other way with 2 outs. So that, and you see, Holiday had to duck. So they will have runners at first and second now with 2 outs. The 4th hit for the Tigers.
Popped him up, foul, out of play. Kluber trying to pitch between the raindrops and get the final out of this top half of the 5th, or bottom half of the 5th inning. And a ground ball foul. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 5 complete. And here comes the tarp. Straight down pour, which from experience tells us it's going to be here for a while.
We knew it was going to be around all day long. Chances for storms. You know, they would come in, they'd go away, they'd come back. So here we go. We got a rain delay. We've got 5 innings in, at least right now, but the Tigers are leading it 2-0. So now you just sit and wait. Hopefully you get a window, it clears up, you'll be able to start again. And the shorter the time, the better chance the starters come back.
Yeah. The only thing that makes me nervous, Rick, is they didn't just put the tarp down, they're staking it down, which tells me that whatever information they have is that
could get windy.
It could get nasty.
Yeah.
Alfredo Simon was the starter for the Tigers today. And we told you at the outset you have to be patient against him because not overpowering, but he's got that off-speed pitch that keeps you off balance.
Yeah, well, sliders to the right-handers, that split change to the lefties. There was one to a right-hander as well. Mixes in his fastball, and he's had success against the Indians this year. He was 2-0. His last start was the best start, but his first start of the year, he beat the Indians, and he's pretty much on cruise control right now. The Indians have 3 hits. That's about it. They haven't been able to do anything. The first 2 innings, they had their leadoff man aboard, and pretty much Kipnis was thrown out trying to steal. So they've only left 2 stranded now on the day.
Of course, the big story of the day here in Detroit for Cleveland is that Francisco Lindor was called up. Not in the lineup today. Expected to be in there tomorrow when the Indians open up against the Cubs at Wrigley Field. But it's a young kid who we've been waiting for.
All smiles.
And a very talented. I mean, most people tell you that defensively he's outstanding, and he's so good defensively that it sort of overshadows how good his bat is. He's been swinging it really well at AAA. He was hitting .281 on the year, but .400 over his last 19 games.
Well,
or 12 games.
When you're a #1 draft pick like Lindor was, and you go down, you pay your dues, your ultimate goal is to make it to the big leagues. Well, he's here. He's going to get his opportunity. I'm sure he will be in the lineup tomorrow. You never know what happens today. He may have an opportunity to get in if we can continue this game today. But the goal is there, man. It's your dream. You're living your dream. You're coming back to the big leagues and getting an opportunity. I'm looking forward to seeing him play. I've heard nothing but great things. The only time I've had an opportunity to see him play was in spring training. But defensively, he looks like he's very, very good.
Well, I think it's an exciting time in baseball because at the start of this week, Jim Callis of MLB.com writes that Byron Buxton and Carlos Correa and Francisco Lindor ranked 1, 2, and 3 on MLBpipeline.com's top 100 prospects list. He writes, the last time 3 prospects with this much potential were called up in such a short period of time was way back in mid-April when the Cubs brought up Chris Bryant, Addison Russell, and the White Sox sent for left-hander Carlos Rodon. So this is an exciting time in baseball with this many young players all getting an opportunity to make their debut at the same time. And obviously the Indians and their fans cannot wait to get their first glimpse of Francisco Lindor.
Very happy, very happy, very excited. I mean, I was in the locker room because we just came from a rain delay, and I saw a text from Francona, and that's when I was like, "Wait, what?" And because I didn't know, Trimmy didn't tell me, and I saw a text, went outside, kind of looking for my family. Trimmy was in dugout. He looked at me, he's like, "Why are you smiling?" And he's like, since then, he kind of knew I knew, so like he tried to play it off, and then he's like, "You know, don't you?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "How do you find out?" I told him how, and man, it's blessed, happy, super excited. I'm honored to wear the Cleveland uniform.
What did the text from Tito say?
He's like, "Come on, Frankie, get up here. Congrats."
Was it cool that it came from him?
Yeah, very, very cool. He showed me he's excited, and I'm excited too. I just couldn't be any happier, and I just couldn't wait to be here and join the team.
Was it hard throughout the season at all? I mean, to look up here and the way you were playing, to wonder, when that call might be coming?
Nah, man, I always trusted the Indians. Always trusted the player development. And I mean, I trust God. I mean, He has a plan, and He puts people in my in my way to guide me to the next door, and those people were Tremy, Johnny Mack, and Odor in AAA. They guide me to the next door, and here I am.
What was their communication like with you throughout the last couple months?
It was great, man. It was great. They've always pushed me to be a better player, always pushed me to have a routine, to continue to strive to be a better player, and they helped me. They helped me, and I appreciate it. I can't thank them enough.
How do you feel physically? I know you were banged up a little bit.
I feel great. I feel great. I'm happy. I'm here. I feel awesome.
Francisco, the last 3-4 weeks, it seems like you picked up your game. What happened? What was going on with you?
No, I just try to do what I've been trying to do since day one, be more consistent. It finally started to pay off a little bit. I was more consistent. I was working a lot harder than since day one. You know, I was working hard, but having them telling me, "Come on, man, you gotta work, you gotta continue to strive to be better." That helped me to, instead of working hard, I work harder. You know, and that's a big difference.
Mentally, they said that maybe you had made a few mental mistakes. Is that
definitely? I mean, I made mental mistakes, just physical mistakes. You know, that's just part of the game. I live and learn. You know, I continue. Those mistakes help me to be a better player, and I'm here. Doesn't mean I'm gonna stop learning. No way. Don't.
What's it going to be like to have Gio to your right, on the left side of the infield?
Awesome, man. It's going to be It's going to make me a lot more comfortable. You know, I mean, he's been there for the past 2 years, so I mean, kind of makes it familiar. You know, so I'm happy. I know Kip. I got to continue to. I'm gonna work to get to know Kip a lot more, so we make a great combination.
It means something to put on number 12.
A lot, man. I mean Robbie and all the other players that have worn it, but I mean mainly Robbie, and you know, it's a number I always had since I was a little kid.
Who was the first person you called?
My family was actually in Columbus, so I told them, I was like, hey, come downstairs, and I gotta talk to you guys. They went out to the lobby, and I told them, I was like, hey, pack your stuff, we're going to Chicago.
What was their reaction?
They cried, they laughed, they screamed. I was like, trying to keep it down, you know. Not too many people know, but it was a great moment. My mom, my 2 sisters, my 2 nieces, my nephew, my girlfriend, my aunt, a lot, and they're all coming. So they're going to Chicago. So I can't wait.
Are you in the lineup today?
No, not today. I'm not in the lineup. They didn't know when I was gonna get here, but I'm here. So
that's what counts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, but I really love the fact that he referenced knowing that Robbie Alomar wore number 12. I mean, there's a reason why he picked that number, and he understands something about the history of the game and understands.
Well, that's what a lot of young players don't understand is the history of the game, and you go back. So it is something very special. And, you know, with the questions, that kid is excited, man. I just can't wait to go out and watch him play. And, yes, it's going to be a help because he has Urshela over there who's, you know, maybe settle him down, but he's going to go on and want to make the plays. And it's a special time for him right now. I can't wait to see him in the starting lineup.
Well, that should be tomorrow night in Chicago, when the Indians will open up a 2-game series at Wrigley Field against the Cubs. Here in Detroit, we're in a rain delay. We've played 5 full innings, so it is an official game at this point. And the forecast doesn't look all that rosy for the next several hours, so we'll just sit here and kind of wait it out and see if in fact, we do get a break in this storm and a chance to restart the ball game. Corey Kluber had gone 5 innings to this point and only gave up the 2 runs. But once again, same old story for Kluber this year. When he pitches, the Indians just can't score, and they've been shut out on 3 hits through the first 5 innings here this afternoon by Alfredo Simon, who's looking for his 7th win of the season. And still hard to believe when I look at my card that Corey Kluber is stuck with a record of 3 wins and 7 losses and could be staring at an 8th now.
Well, you're right. Could be. But, again, it's like beating a dead horse. You have to score to get a win. And we had it in the open. It's 5 runs is the magic number in this ballpark. And I'm not saying you're going to get 5 all the time, but if you want to beat the Tigers, you're going to have to get 5. I don't care who's on the mound for you. So we'll just have to sit and wait and see what happens.
It's an absolute super soaker right now, coming down probably as heavy as it has since it started raining. The track that circles the field is almost completely underwater as we look out there right now. So it's raining to beat the band, as my mom used to say. 2-0 Tigers, 6th inning, rain delay. And we're going to step aside, keep you entertained with Indians Roundtable. And we'll be back here just as soon as we have any updates available for you here at Comerica Park in Detroit. Aviles. 2-0 Tigers. Top of the 6th inning. Aviles 0 for 1. Struck out his only time up back in the 3rd. The Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen for Blaine Hardy, who is 2-1 out of the bullpen with an ERA of 3.33. This is his 26th appearance. 24 1/3 innings. He's walked 9 and has struck out 18. He was on a pretty good run until the Indians roughed him up yesterday.
Yeah, and it was the left-handers that got to him. It was Brantley, Moss, and Murphy. Ended up scoring 2 runs in that 6th inning.
Aviles punches one over the head of Ian Kinsler, and the Tribe gets their leadoff man aboard here in the 6th. And that's the 4th time in 6 innings they've had their leadoff man aboard, but they haven't been able to really do anything with it to this point. They had the leadoff walk by Kipnis in the 4th, and he advanced as far as 3rd base when there were 2 outs. But that's really been it. So now Jason Kipnis, who singled in the 1st inning, walked in the 4th. He's up with a man on base now. Pops the first pitch up left field. Cespedes. 1 away. That's going to bring up Carlos Santana, who is 0 for 2. Struck out and lined out to right field his last time up. Scott Atchison will be the new pitcher for Cleveland. Low ball 1. Santana 1 for 10 in the series. 1 hit, a home run. Santana batted .239 in April. He hit .217 in May. And now in June, he's below the Mendoza line. 8 hits in 42 at bats. Popped him up on the infield. 2 down. And that will bring up Michael Brantley, who flied to left in the 1st and grounded out in the 4th. Brantley brought an 11-game hitting streak into today's affair.
Mentioned the Indians, they had their leadoff man in the 1st, the 2nd, the 4th, and now the 6th, and they haven't been able to move him. The only time that he moved was on an error.
Yeah, that's right. On the ball that Brantley hit back in the 4th inning.
Kipnis walked, and it was exactly.
And strike 2 on Brantley. Michael owns the 8th best batting average in the American League with men on base at .361. Pulls it foul. upstairs, went with I think a fastball.
Yeah, high fastball. He's been showing him the curves, trying to take him off that pitch down in the strike zone, show him something upstairs to take him off that pitch that I think he probably wants to try and retire him on.
Right at Kinsler. And we'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Tigers 2, Indians nothing.
Season tickets offer the best perks, including savings and access to Tribe Rewards. And today's Tribe Rewards TV code is KIPNESS. You can visit Indians.com/season tickets for the complete details.
Let's give you the details on Scott Atchison off the DL. A win, a loss in 19 appearances this year. 15 2/3 innings. He has allowed 10 runs on 17 hits. Interestingly for Atchison, it's the right-handed hitters who have been giving him trouble. 12 for 38, a good for a 316 average, while the lefties are just 5 for 25 against him. Got off to a really good start. Atchison's first 7 appearances this year, he didn't allow a run. But in his last 12 games, a different story. Out of play to the right. Kinsler, Miguel Cabrera, Yoenis Cespedes here in the 6th. The
That's
count.
the pitch right there that Atch needs, that big breaking ball that he's been so tough when it's on to all hitters, really.
Popped him up, back to the screen and out of play. He Rain delay was officially 1 hour and 51 minutes.
And now the sun's coming out.
Yeah.
How about that?
A little bit low, full count. And he walks the leadoff man. Kinsler down to first. Let's get out to Andre, who has more on Scott Atchison.
You know, Scott said when he was dealing with his ankle, he thought it was fine, but he realized after sitting out for a couple days, he needed to get the time away because that was his landing foot that he was dealing with, and he said he was babying it at times. Because of that, his velocity was down, and he didn't have that same stretch into the curveball and then the slider that he needed. And you talked about that, Rick. He needs that pitch to be successful.
He sure does.
Miguel Cabrera fouls the first pitch off.
Well, he's an aggressive guy. When you can't be aggressive and go at hitters because you have an injury, whether you think it's major or minor, but you compensate other places, you can hurt something else. You can end up hurting your arm. But boy, he's going to get tested the first time back after not pitching in a while. When you get Kinsler and now Cabrera, he gets another base hit.
Miguel Cabrera with 21 hits in 33 at-bats against the Indians this year.
He's going to get a fastball inside and turns on it. You know, he doesn't pull many fastballs, but he does right there.
Two on, nobody out, and Yoenis Cespedes will be the batter. Struck out in the first, fly to center in the fourth. Nick Hagedorn getting loose in the Cleveland bullpen.
There's a hanger right there he got away with. It's a Cespedes who fouled it straight back.
The 0-2 just above the zone. Backs him away, and it's 2-2. Hammer to left. Brantley makes the catch over the shoulder, and the runners have to retreat and hold. That ball was hit hard.
Yeah, he hung him a breaking ball. Cespedes smoked it, and it looked like a little snow cone by Brantley out there and left. He catches it and gets it in quickly, makes a nice throw, but watch that ball bobble. He had to reach, jump, and almost tried to squeak out the top of the glove.
So with one out, J.D. Martinez digs in. He's flied to center twice so far today. Toronto trying to close out their 11th straight win. They lead Boston 13-5 in the 9th inning. Fouled right back. Toronto would be 34-30. stay a game back of first place in the AL East. Houston, meanwhile, pummeling Seattle for the second time in their 3-game series, 11-0 in the 6th inning. In St. Louis, one of the problems, I guess, with interleague play, they only get that one series, and they are still waiting to start that game.
So they've been through it the last couple of days, with the delays.
Yeah. Ryan Webb has now joined Nick Hagan on. A ball and 2 strikes to count on J.D. Martinez. Hit to right, deep, Moss, back, goodbye. That makes it 5-0 as J.D. Martinez connects for his 12th home run of the year. And he now has 32 runs batted in. Atchison giving up his 5th home run in 16 innings of work.
Well, he hangs him that breaking ball that's been upstairs so far this inning for Atch, and he just shoots it the other way. These right-handed hitters so good, staying back on the ball, and there's a 3-pointer right there.
Terry Francona will go back to the bullpen. Indians now down 5. J.D. Martinez, a big blast for Detroit. They come out of the rain delay swinging. And they open up a 5-run lead now.
Well, Hagedorn coming out for the 31st time. Opponents average 270 against him, 21 strikeouts in his 22 innings.
Tyler Collins, the DH, 0 for 2 today. Swings at the first pitch, pops it back out of play. Up high with it, 1-1. And now Collins finds himself in the hole, 1-2. didn't miss by much. Collins, though he's 0 for 2 today, has picked up a hit in 7 of his last 9 games. Hagedon strikes him out. 2 away. Time for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pawlowski.
It's his 4th straight game for striking out double digits for Sale.
That's right. Yeah. Forget what the note was on that I saw. Not many guys have done it 3 straight games.
Yeah, he's now it's 4. Although he did give up the home run, he'll take an L.
Ryan Holiday. He bunted his way aboard back in the 5th inning. And now he's down in the count 0-2. Max Scherzer of the Washington Nationals, the former Tigers pitcher, took a perfect game into the 7th inning today against Milwaukee, and then Carlos Gomez led off that inning with a single. Scherzer has punched out 12 in his game.
Yeah, he's having another solid year, isn't he?
Nationals lead Milwaukee 4-0 in the 8th. And he even picked up a base hit in that game.
Oh, yeah? Well, I watched him earlier once this year. He didn't look like he swings the bat very well. How about his ERA? About 1.96.
Sky high pop right behind the plate. Gomes near the on deck circle makes the grab. Inning over. We'll head to the 7th. But JD Martinez connects for a big blast. 5-0 Tigers. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by AT&T Uverse, has more channels on the go than cable. Five nothing is our score. Brandon Moss leading off. And in the on-deck circle, we see that Francisco Lindor is moved there to hit for David Murphy. Moss strikes out. And then they complete the put out by throwing down to first, one away here in the seventh. So here is Francisco Lindor. Making his major league debut with one out in the seventh inning. As we told you earlier, he was on an 8-game hitting streak at AAA Columbus at the time of his call-up. Off-speed pitch and the count 1-1.
Little change up away.
Count now 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he strikes him out with a breaking ball down low. Well, the 21-year-old goes down swinging in his first big league at bat, and there are 2 down here in the 7th inning. That'll bring up Jan Gomes, who is 0 for 2, and he has struck out twice today. Squibber back toward the mound, and Hardy will throw him out. Indians go in order. Down now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Finals coming up later tonight. Cavaliers getting to the finals without Kevin Love, losing Kyrie Irving early in the series, and guess who's been impressed with how the Cavs are playing basketball? Miguel Cabrera.
I mean, if LeBron got hurt, yeah, I say they done. But if he's still in the court, if he's able to play 45 minutes, I mean, they're gonna be okay because he can carry the whole team, and he make everybody good. Yeah. So that's why he's the best, because he shared the ball, he made some plays, he played different when they need to, and he support the team. So I think that's a more important thing. We don't know each other very well, but I think I'm his #1 fan and follow him, like what he do, like every single day, where he work out in Miami, what he do, I follow everything. So, I mean, I'm his #1 fan.
I think there's a mutual admiration society among all great athletes, isn't there?
Yes, there's, without question, because he sits there and he wants to know what LeBron does and how he goes about doing it. Well, everybody wants to know how Cabrera does what he does. You're right. It's a mutual respect. And Cabrera, he can carry a team. You know, two of the best at their own sports. He's the LeBron of baseball. Let's put it that way. I think Cabrera is.
Nick Hagedorn ready with a 1-1 pitch to Andrew Romine, who's 0 for 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Well, what do you think about tonight?
I like the Cavs' chances. Let's go. They got to win tonight. Come home and have a chance to take it in 6. That's just my personal feeling.
The 2-2. I think what I'll be interested to see is what adjustments are made, because Golden State definitely made an adjustment. And it took the Cavs a little bit by surprise, I think, early in that game, and they were able to ride that wave.
Well, they went small, and they started Iguodala, and it had an impact against them. But you know what? Now it's a Cavs' turn to make an adjustment back, and I think they will. And they'll be ready, and watch out for 23. He'll be ready to go.
You don't have to make a lot of adjustments when you've got 23.
You've got the best player going. He'll make the adjustments, and he'll get his point across.
2-2 pitch, and he struck him out. 1 down here in the 7th.
This is going to be our Circle K strikeout. I should say this evening. It was this afternoon at one time. A fastball down on the way to Romine, gets him to swing and miss. Good pitch, outside edge. Might have been off the plate for a ball, but he gets him to chase it.
Just past the hour of 5 o'clock, so
2.5 hours, or what time's it tip up? 8 Eastern?
Yeah. Room service hop to Urshela, who throws out Iglesias 2 down.
Speaking of room service, that's what it'll probably be tonight, watching the Cavs.
Well, get inside the golf zone with Jimmy Hanlon tonight on Sports Time Ohio. Special show for Jimmy on the eve of the Open. Going to talk to Joe Buck about next weekend's tournament, Fox's coverage of the U.S. Open. Golf Zone tees off tonight at 8 on Sports Time Ohio. Hope the Cleveland Open, the web.com tour event
last week, yeah.
Hope it went off without any rain issues this weekend. I'm sure they.
Oh, did that go over? It seems like it was a week ago.
Yeah, it was this week. Yeah. Yeah, today I guess would have been the final round. Hopefully.
Well, I know they had some rain back there. So.
Yeah.
I wonder if they pulled the tarp. They wouldn't have if Joe was out there caddying for those guys. They would have been out playing in it.
I know Tom Waitrovich and his staff at Lakewood Country Club do a tremendous job. That course was in beautiful shape. Murph said they're coming down the home stretch in the tournament. So
3 holes left, 5 o'clock. Okay, that's about right on time. 5 o'clock.
Anthony Gose walked and scored in the first. He's grounded out, struck out since then. A little bit low, 2-2. Fouled back. Swung on and missed. Boy, Nick Hagedorn very good today. He's faced 5. He's retired all 5. Telecast is presented by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Stay tuned for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. Alex Wilson now on for Detroit after Blaine Hardy worked a scoreless Hardy pitched 2 scoreless innings. Grounded to third. Romine will throw out Urshela, 1 down.
Well, come on and celebrate with guys like Jim Thome, Kenny Lofton, Carlos Baerga, Mike Hargrove, and the rest of the 95 AL championship team. That'll take place Friday as the Indians will host the Tampa Bay Rays. You can visit Indians.com for your ticket details.
Michael Bourne 0 for 2. He has grounded out and he has flied out. Chopper. And Wilson couldn't pick it up, so Bourne is safe at first.
Well, there's one where Wilson wanted to make the play and swoop it up and touch the base by himself, and that's probably the only chance he had of getting Bourne, but he just forgot to get the baseball. Not an easy play when you're on the dead run. He put his glove out the wrong way. He would have had to scoop it up and try and touch the bag, but couldn't come up with it. It'll be a base hit for Bourne.
Charging with an error.
They did?
It's kind of a tough error, don't you think? The guy's in a full dead sprint.
No, they had an error earlier on the board. Cabrera's throw to second. They had that was an error?
That's what they just told me, yeah.
Okay. I just saw that official scorer eating pizza over there in the rain delay. He couldn't get out of his chair, and he gives him an error.
Well, if he dropped that pizza on the ground, he would have been able to bend down and scoop it up. I'll tell you that much.
Oh boy!
Mike Avila singled in the 6th inning, 1 out of 2 on the day. That's the Indians' offensive story today. They've had leadoff base runners, but can't get anything done with them. Lazy fly to right. J.D. Martinez puts it away, 2 down. Top of the order, Jason Kipnis. 1 for 2 with a single and a walk. Kipnis has now hit in 10 straight. Count 2 balls, no strikes. (3-0). Carlos Santana potentially due next. Caught the corner, and it's now 3-1. Now back, full count. A win today would get the Tigers back to 500 at home on the year. 16-17 here at Comerica Park coming in, and just 2 games above 500 overall. Tigers began the day in 3rd place in the Central, 3.5 back of front-running KC. Kipnis punches one to left, another base hit. His 2nd of the game. Bourne stops at 2nd, and now Carlos Santana will bat.
The old patented swing. There it is, a pitch down the way. Good pitch by Wilson, but Kipnis just takes what is given right there. Takes a single to left field. Good swing.
Well, here is Carlos Santana. 0 for 3 today, 1 out of 11 in the series. Looks at ball 1. little bit high, 2-0. Left-hander up in the Tiger bullpen, and I wonder if he should lose Santana. Probably see the left-hander to face Brantley. Swinging a foul up the first base side.
Beat by the angle right there.
Tough play off the boards.
Yeah, he got beat by the angle. Had to be more aggressive.
Tom Gorzelani loosening for the Tigers. Santana doesn't like the call. And it's 2-2. That looked high.
Not for Joe, it didn't.
His vote's the only one that counts. The 2-2. Foul back. Holiday going to go out to talk with Wilson before this 2-2 pitch. Two on, two out, 2-2 pitch. High pop. In the foul ground, Cabrera will yield to Kinsler. Inning over, Tribe strands a pair.
Well, the Indians down 5-0 here. And let's check out our McDonald's. I'm loving it today for Nick Hagedorn. Comes on into the 6th inning. Gets his first guy to strike out. Easy play for a second. He ends up with 3 strikeouts on the day. An inning and 2/3. Face 5 down. So a very good afternoon for Nick.
Ryan Webb coming on now. He'll face Kinsler, Cabrera, and Cespedes. 14th appearance of the year. First ball swinging, Kinsler pops one up. And Bourne makes the catch in shallow center for out number 1. Well, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. As if we haven't seen enough of this guy.
Well, what a series. Just another great series for Cabrera. Drove in all 4 runs in game 1. He gets Kluber here in game 3. This guy is just like, it's nonstop.
Webb gets it over for a first pitch strike. He's got his 3rd hit of the day.
Doesn't matter where, whatever reason, they've got to tear up all the scouting reports against Cabrera and start over. Doesn't matter who's pitching, what they throw. He started him off slider, goes down and in with a fastball, and he just golfs it into center field. His 3rd hit of the day. What's that now? 22 hits this year against the Tribe. 22 for 34. That is,
yep.
Look at 647. It's goofy.
Yoenis Cespedes is 0 for 3. Steps in. Lined out to deep left his first time up, or his last time up. For the 2nd time in 3 days, the Pirates and Phillies played a scoreless game through 9 innings. And this time the Pirates won it in the 11th with a walk-off single. This game was a lot different than the Friday night game.
They didn't leave as many stranded or anything like that?
No, this was Cole Hamels and A.J. Burnett. Burnett went 9 innings, 5 hits, scoreless baseball, and Hamels went 7 scoreless. But the Pirates, Rick, have now swept 6 series this year. That's the most in the majors.
Huh. Well, they got off to a slow start, but they have been coming on. They're playing good baseball. They're in 2nd place behind the Cards. They won 4 straight now.
The 0-2. Chopped in the hole. Base hit for Cespedes. And Cabrera stops at second. Pat O'Brien, play of the game. Came back in the 6th after the 2-hour rain delay, or almost 2-hour rain delay. J.D. Martinez with a 3-run homer to turn a 2-0 game into a 5-0 game. You know, the other thing, too, about that Pirates-Phillies game today, A.J. Burnett, he had that really good year for Pittsburgh in 2013. Right. And he said he was done.
Yeah.
But then the Phillies came calling, threw a ton of money at him. He not a good year last year. Goes back to Pittsburgh. He's got a 1.89 ERA now.
Can only pitch in Pittsburgh.
That's incredible, isn't it?
It really is. Couldn't pitch for the Yankees in New York. Loves Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's 6-2 with a 1.89 ERA.
That goes with your boy Cole in Pittsburgh. His ERA is down there too, under 2.
Is it?
Has 10 wins. Well, he's having a very nice year.
That could be an interesting series depending on how the pitching matchups go when the Indians go to Pittsburgh, because you can see some really good pitching matchups there. 1-0 delivery, and Martinez fouls it off of Gomes. Ryan Webb has thrown 8 pitches here in the 8th inning, and 7 of them have been strikes. But unfortunately, he's given up 2 hits, so he's in a jam with J.D. Martinez at the plate. Looking for that ground ball to try and turn 2. Instead, it's a line drive to left. Brantley charging, so Cabrera will have to stop at third. And the bases are loaded on 3 consecutive singles.
Well, Martinez hit the breaking ball out of the park to the right field last time. Now he pulls his hands in on a good sinker from Webb. It was up a little bit,
yeah,
but he gets a base hit to left field. So it's 3 straight singles. It's now 9 hits for the Tigers.
And the Indians will bring the left side of the infield in at the cut of the grass. Right side of the infield a few steps back.
Well, they can stay back because Cabrera's on third, and he's not going to push anything.
A little bit outside, ball 1. Webb's going to try to throw that sinker and hope to induce Collins into hitting one on the ground.
Well, he got it on the ground. It's not hard enough, though.
Urshela goes to second. He thought, had good thought. But as you said off the bat, you knew it wasn't going to be hard enough to get a double play. Tigers had a run. They lead it 6-0. And Collins will pick up his 6th RBI on the year.
Yeah, it was a nice play. And he went to second to get that force out at second base as he's falling down, but feeds Kipnis very well. But Kipnis realized, hey, we're not going to turn it, so just hold on to it.
That's one of those plays, Rick, I think, as a defender, that shows you the confidence that a guy has in his ability.
To take that out instead of going to first base, I don't disagree with that. That was a tougher play than going to first. A lot tougher.
Line drive, base hit down the left field line. Cespedes scores. Here comes Collins. And he scores 2. A 2-run double for Brian Holiday. And the Tigers have ripped it wide open. They lead it now 8-0.
Well, jumps on that first pitch, middle of the plate. And those hitters will let you know when you get the ball up or in the middle of the plate, and they have 4 hits in the inning. And they put another 3 spot on the board. It's now 8-0.
Andrew Romine is 0 for 3 today. One ball, 1 strike. Aviles throws him out. The inning is over. We'll go to the ninth. 8-0 Detroit. Total Car Care coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio as we go to the 9th inning. And it's all Tigers here today. Recapping our keys to the game courtesy of Wayside Furniture. Well, the Indians haven't scored at all. And offensively, you know, Kluber did a good job. It was 2-0 through 5, but then the rain delay, and then right out of the rain delay,
yeah, they give up 3.
They jumped Atchison for a 3-run homer, and it was
nothing you could do. And again, it's going to go as a Kluber loss where the offense didn't score.
Yeah, he's going to go to 3-8 on the year.
Yes, he will.
Joakim Soria, the Tigers closer, getting a little work in. Brantley 0 for 3 on the afternoon. It's one more at bat to extend his hitting streak to 12 games. One in front of him, well in front of the plate. Foul ball keeps the at-bat alive for Michael. Foul back. Soria currently 15th or 5th in the American League with 16 saves. He's only given up 3 runs in his last 22 appearances.
Yeah, he's filled in and had to take over the reins as the closer here.
Brantley grounds out. One of the rare offers for Michael, and his 11-game streak will come to an end. And if the trend continues, Rick, you can book Michael Brantley for a hit tomorrow night in Chicago, because he has not gone back-to-back games without a hit this year.
I've already got it down on my scorecard in the first inning.
Redbird says you have to go back to August of last year.
Yeah, something special.
Brandon Moss 1 out of 3 today. Long run for Cespedes on the track at the wall, leaps up and it's gone. A home run.
Yeah, it went off his glove.
Brandon Moss with his 11th home run of the season. Terrific effort by Cespedes, because he had to run a long way based on how they were shading Moss, and he got to it, but it looked like even if he had the ball maybe in his glove momentarily,
I think he almost pushed it out of the glove because
Exactly.
he was running so hard that by the time he gets there, it would have had to go right dead smack dab in the pocket, and it doesn't. See, it hit him on the heel, and he pushes it. He got there. It was great effort. But that'll be a homer for Moss, number 11. Good effort.
Indians were shut out in the series opener. Moss avoids the Indians getting shut out here in the finale. Francisco Lindor struck out in his major league debut at bat in the 7th inning. Came on as a pinch hitter for David Murphy, who was DHing today. The switch hitter's got his first major league hit to right field. He's headed for second base, but he falls down, and he'll have to hold it first with a single. And now Lindor's pointing at Miguel Cabrera, saying that there was interference by Cabrera that caused him to fall down. And Cabrera saying no.
Well, I'll tell you what, he sat back on a pitch to his liking, and he drilled it down the right field line. I think he was just so excited he wanted to get to second base that those feet were moving too fast. He gets a nice fastball down in the zone, and he was thinking double all the way. Watch him round first and stumbles after he gets over there. Hits first and sort of tripped over first.
Come back.
Look at Cabrera telling him to calm down. Well, congratulations, gets his first hit.
Well, that's what he will never forget, and no one will ever let him forget it. How he turned a double into a single in his first major league at bat. Yeah, good for Lindor, and that big smile. I'm sure Indians fans will come to enjoy that over the years. He plays the game with a lot of passion, a lot of energy. And what a great thrill for him. Gomes sends a fly ball to center, and Ghost will make the catch. 2 down. That'll bring up Giovanni Urshela, who was 1 for 3 on the day. Oh, we're going to get a pinch hitter here. Zach Walters will bat for Urshela. First ball swinging, pop to shallow left. Lindor on the run. He'll go all the way to third. And Zach Walters dumps a pinch hit single and a shallow left. 2 on, 2 out for Michael Bourne. You know, Rick, I didn't look at the overall numbers for Soria in terms of, you know, like where he ranks among closers. 19 strikeouts coming in and 24 2/3. The one criticism is that he doesn't get a lot of strikeouts.
Right.
And so,
well,
you know,
right. He pitches to contact. Well, his manager wants to go talk to him. And they're making a move.
He's made 18 pitches, and maybe he just doesn't want to burn them.
Exactly. That's my point. I don't think he wants him to throw anymore.
If it wasn't
wanted
a
to get some work
lead,
get some work in, and let's not burn him off for tomorrow. We have a ball game tomorrow night.
So Gorzolani will be coming on as Soria exits with 2 on, 2 out in the 9th, and the Indians down 7. a real head scratcher, but that's what happens. We've seen it so many times. You bring a closer in to get him some work in a non-save situation, and it never seemed to work.
I know. I'll tell you what, it seems like it works less than it does more when those guys go out there to get their work in. I don't know if it's a mindset or what, but
Ryan Rayburn will come on and pinch hit for Michael Bourne with 2 on and 2 out. And Tom Gorzolani, left-hander, delivers. And it's down low, ball 1. Brandon Moss homered with 1 out, then Francisco Lindor. His first major league hit. After Gomes flied out, Zach Walters a pinch hit single. Soria lifted. The left-hander Gorzolani on. And Ryan Rayburn pinch hitting has got a 2-0 count. Down and in.
Can't throw a strike.
3-0. That's ball 4. I beg your pardon.
No.
Or did it hit him?
I think it hit him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was a dead ball. I believe it hit him in the foot.
So this is potentially starting to get interesting. Yeah, hit him on the back foot. Bases loaded, and Mike Aviles, the batter, 1 for 3 on the day. And he finds the strike zone for the first time in a Bronx cheer. Outside badly, 1-1. And the bullpen busy again for Detroit. Good job of Chamberlain up. Avila smacks one to center. Ghost racing back. Makes the catch. Well, go figure. That's the way the series started, with Ghost making a terrific running catch in deep center field. And that's the way the series ends. Francisco Lindor gets his first big league hit here in the 9th. Moss homers to avoid the shutout, but the Indians fall by a final score of 8-1 as the Tigers take 2 out of 3 from the Indians, and really they just continue their series dominance over the Tribe in recent years.
Yeah, they do, and once again, it's done by Miguel Cabrera, who had 3 hits, scored 3 runs, and drove them in. I don't know what they have.